Moneybox and Waterpark chicked Bob.
Hello. Hello. Let me go ahead and turn this down. Turn this down. Why is my chat not showing how it's supposed to? Oh. There we go. I see it now. All right. I gotta do something big before we can hop into it, the whole thing. It is muy importante that we edit our character. Yes, ghostly white. Shiny. No wrinkles. Mega shoulders. Hi, Chris. Thank you so much for the biddies. Chris, how you doing, dude? Thank you so much for the 1500. How you doing? We gotta be a unit. We don't skip leg day. Mega swole. Huge kazongas. Big old booty. Listen, it's the way we gotta go. You can't tell me no. We do look like we've seen some stuff though. Jeez. And then bring that jaw like that. Thylander torpedo titties, yeah. Hi, Dad. Gotta find the right hairstyle though. Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay. We have to do the clown makeup. Where's the tattoo going? Oh, on the arm. Oh, yeah. We always look shocked. Yes. Oh, yes. Yes. I think this is perfect. Oh, wait, our outfit. Yes. Okay, hold on. We gotta show off the thighs too, so you can't have pants on. Daisy Dukes. Daisy Dukes. She is getting there. She's getting perfect. Hold on. Hey, wait a second. This isn't WoW. What's up, Shredding? Securities. You've heard of Securitas. Oh my god. Oh, she's gotta have the slippers on. Oh, the bare feet are tempting, but the slippers add a little something something. Oh my goodness, the cat eye glasses too. Leopard print. Yes. Oh my goodness. If only we didn't have the clown makeup on, this would be peak. This would be it. However, we need the clown makeup. And the hair. I need the hair too. It's so good. Okay, does this save? Are we good? Oh, look at us. Why, hello.
Oh, hi.
Oh, hi.
Oh, hi.
Oh, hi. Did you guys get your characters made?
Nope.
Grammy, you working on it, you said?
I shall start making now.
Okay. I'm excited to see Ree's look. And Hecker's.
I don't know, mine's kind of boring.
No, we'll see, we'll see. The Securities is pretty good though.
Yeah, for real.
It's also my first time playing this. I've watched so many people play it and it's so entertaining. I'm so happy that I get to play it finally.
Yeah.
The tweet's gonna be perfect too, because I did it with I took a picture of my monitor just to make it even more cringy. Let me host a game. You want to do city or beach is a new thing, so we should probably do the beach. We need a name for our park too. I was waiting for Rhea to type something in chat.
trying to think of something that has the word moist in it.
Slippery when moist. She said, is that gonna be that or like close for renovations?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Put it on normal, hit create. Invite. Looks like you can do more than 4. You can do up to 6.
Nice.
The player counts above 4 may cause instability, it says.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I'll create it right now, and then we'll go ahead and get invites going. Eternal Grim is playing Waterpark Simulator.
There you go. I put the secret thing in the wrong spot.
Eh! Okay, let me see. There it is. Invite friends. No pressure whenever you're ready. New daily life. You quit your hated job. You quit your hated job and used your last savings to chase the dream. You bought an old abandoned water park. Can you restore it to its former glory, or will it just fail like it, just like it did under the previous owner?
Oh my god. No.
The quackers. Oh.
Oh,
What
God.
happened? What happened?
He fell. Oh. I fell too.
What is going on?
Ah.
Oh no! Oh my God! They have
He fell
queso
right
on.
over.
They have queso on the side of the truck. They just had his face on the side of the truck. By the way, guys, you're the ducking security. There is Twitch integration. I believe I have it on.
Ooh, okay.
If you want to visit, whenever we open up, you can do exclamation visit, or if you want to be named staff, you do exclamation hire me. What a mess. This dusty, broken down water park has definitely seen some better days, but you're here to change all of that. First, let's clear out the old buildings. Use your sledgehammer to demolish old buildings. You're already staff? You can be doubly staff. Imagine how many rees we'll have. It just goes right into your throat.
I found a balloon.
Ah! It's so, oh my goodness. Oh, there goes Queso's face again.
Oh, come back.
I'll go with that.
It's so, oh. Beach ball?
Beach ball.
Oh my God. Oh, what is this guy doing?
Oh.
Enlighten takes time and more of my tasks. Oh my God, I can. This is all we're gonna be doing now.
Ah. Oh my god, you're so strong.
So strong. Me strong. Ah! Oh, I slipped on a banana peel. There's banana peels. Still not there. Not exactly 5-star cleanliness, huh? Trash is everywhere, and let's be real, no one's lining up to relax next to a pile of old soda cans. That's what you think. Grab trash bag, clean up the mess, and toss it all by holding right click into the dumpster. Oh.
Oh.
I made this for you.
I think we have to find the trash bags.
They're on the dumpster right here. Is this full already? I'm about to say. They fit 2 cans in there. Little 2-can Sam.
Fine.
Trash bags are $3 apparently.
Trash bag is full.
Ew, poo.
Dang. You can throw them so far?
Wait.
Oh, I threw my trash bag. I hit the wrong button.
Kobe.
Building your park. You can't have a water park without a pool. Each pool you build raises the number of max guests you can have, or your park can have. Press B to open the building menu, select a rusty pool, and place the blueprint in your chosen spot. Then hit it with your hammer a couple times to build it. Enjoy your first splash. No! Oh my god! Dude, my legs didn't know what to do. A pool. We have a pool. Hell yeah. Find the water plug. Oh no, let me out! Oh no, let me out! We're not playing The Sims here. Together. Okay, now we have to place a diving board.
Diving board.
Oh. Did you just empty it out?
Ah. No. Listen, I'm trying to put our damn diving board down. You little shit. Alright, time to open. Preparations are done. Go to the ticket office and open the park with the button on the wall. I don't know where I just went. I'm in the menu. Once you're open for business, start selling those tickets. Choose the right time, age, and pass, and print out and pass it to your eager guests. Let them come in. Where am I? Oh. Whoa.
These beach balls are deadly.
Look at how much bigger this place can get. I'm assuming we'll be able to expand.
Yes. Why are they unhappy? Give the senior a pass. Whoops.
Huh?
Come here.
Knock grandma down.
Somebody dropped their sledgehammer. What the hell just happened? We have flyers. There's also like VoIP in this too if we didn't want to use Discord. There's also the walkie-talkies.
Oh yeah, I noticed that in the set.
Hello.
I just got it to push to talk.
Oh yeah, I'm looking at the blueprint over here.
Diving board could go in the business pool.
Oh my god.
Did you get him, Ree? Hell yeah. Oh, what'd you do?
You can launch yourself off the diving board.
just fall down.
Oh! Jeez. Are you stuck?
Yep.
There you go. I got you, Grimmy. Oops. Oh, can I put it back? I want to put it back. Can I put it back? I want to put it back.
Nope.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. I should have known better. I should have known better.
Wow. They called our park boring.
You have flyers?
Yeah, I've been handing them out.
Oh,
I guess
no.
we gotta open our park first.
Oh.
Here, dude. Have a flyer.
Reese figuring it out. Yay! Our first people! Oh, somebody said it was awesome! Guests has sneaked into the park without a valid ticket. You can spot them quite easily. They're missing... Oh, caution wet floor.
Unlocked door.
Who doesn't have one?
Oh no.
Oh my god, they can't get out. The tool shed. I'll help. Oh no!
Ah.
Grim and I are both helping.
Oh no, sorry, Marie.
Rusty slide.
Drop item. There it is. They're done really waiting. Sorry, Rue, you got it. I'll push down that guy and I'll how dare you? How dare you? How dare you? Go over there.
Yay.
From chill to relief, running around a water park is fun, but even the most energetic guests need a break. Set up comfy loungers for relaxation. Make sure toilets are nearby when nature calls.
Turlets.
Turlets.
Poopies.
We gotta build them turlets.
Oh, we got little chairs we can put down too.
Jackson, where are you going?
What's wrong with you, buddy? Put him backwards, checkers.
Oh no.
Listen, it's okay. They'll still use them.
It's hard to see from this far back.
Somebody's having a blast. This thing is so janky. Is there anybody that doesn't have a wristband? Oh no, she found the trumpet.
Oh god.
I'm gonna go hand out some flyers.
Well, I'm gonna sell the guy. Take him by reward. Just drop it. Yeah.
God, the slide looks so dirty.
Shut up!
I know, it looks so far away from it, too.
I was trying to clean it, but that's as clean as it gets.
Oh, Apparently just running into the wire already.
Anyway, it says they don't like our park.
No.
Oh, they already want a ticket. I'm handing out our flyers.
Excellent. What else can we do?
Rusty toilet.
That's all.
Do we have toilets? We need toilets.
Oh, yes.
Nah, I'm about to build a shitter. There you go.
Oh my goodness. Marketing. Merchandising. What you got there? What you got there? What you got there?
More flyers.
Here you go. Mine.
No space in inventory. I have a free hand right here.
Yeah,
Is that your one or is that your
default
four?
with your
It's got to be something that doesn't have.
Okay. Well, I'll put down the sledgehammer then.
What you want? What you want, Carter? With a K. Carter with a K. I think his parents liked him very much. Oh my goodness.
Fury has been unleashed.
She has.
Fury, have a flyer. I give you a flyer. Fury, let me give you my flyer.
You got a wristband. Oh my goodness. Oh, we gotta clean up.
Adults.
Let me clean up a little bit.
And we just ran over by a car.
Jesus.
Get it out. Oh my god, you knocked the entire road down. 4 hours. Tea and sleep.
Grab my mop. Go clean up a little bit.
4
Mop
hours
the
of-
dirt.
Wherever it is.
Oh, there's trash. Give me trash.
617.
I just cleaned up over here. What the heck? You guys are dirty as hell.
No more questions.
It's so funny. You looking down at the box that has the flyers in it, you look like some old man that's bent over trying to just see something up close.
I intentionally gave myself awkward body proportions.
Hell yeah.
I got a big old tummy.
Jacqueline, what's up, girl? Vivian, are you good? Research. Your progress fuels discovery. Gain HP from every action you take, and once you've gathered enough, you'll earn a research point. Head over to the research table in the tool shed and unlock the hot dog stand. Hat dogs. Hat dogs.
The poor seasons?
Hot dog shortage? Uh-oh, your stand's out of hot dogs. No one comes to a water park for just the water, right? Sprint across the street to the store and grab a box of fresh hot dogs. Time is meat. Don't keep them waiting.
Time is weed.
Give me this trash. Give me this trash. Oh no! Security's down.
Enlightenment takes time and more of my tasks. There's a dude like meditating over here.
Yeah, Yogi.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not all guests are equal. Every now and then a special guest might show up, some loud, some funny, some just plain stinky, so keep an eye on them. Make sure they don't spoil the fun for your regular guests.
Stinky.
Stinky.
Oh, stinky.
Wow.
Did we get any hot dogs? We did.
Yep, I got hot dogs.
Cool.
Good job, Bree.
There's a lot of people waiting for hot dogs. Oh, hey.
Bad reviews, decoration needs improvement. I got bullied. I don't know what they're talking about. We didn't bully anybody.
Nope.
Mm-mm. Would not be us.
Jesus Christ. Hey, I'm working here. Oh my
There
god.
you go.
Holy shit.
We need to sell 2
I'm
hot
outside.
dogs.
I'm outside of the park, bro.
Oh no.
You
Where is he?
clipped me into the other area.
Don't do it to me. Hold on. I'm trying to find checkers.
Yeah.
Can you see
It's over there.
my mop?
Oh my gosh. We need to get him back over here.
Oh man, if I had my sledgehammer, I could destroy all this crap.
Yeah, just hit escape and respawn.
I was gonna try and catch him.
Now,
Is that trash in the pool?
well,
There's trash in the pool. There was trash in the pool.
okay.
All right, we gotta sell 2 hot dogs.
Open sesame.
Checkers, you can easily just get back and forth over from there.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. There's some umbrellas that you can hop over. Like, just jump on the guard.
I made us another.
Oh, yeah. Parkour.
That's a hot dog.
Parkour.
That's a hot dog. That's a hot dog.
Customer.
You need more hot dogs, Reed? You good on hot dogs? You good on hot dogs?
Hot dogs. Hot dogs.
Hey, you're not supposed to be here.
Bitch.
They're all trying to get in. Cheats?
Adult.
Ow.
Deadly beach ball.
Slide pass. For 4 hours. For
good to know.
adult. 1 adult. We need them to sell our hot dogs.
Charlotte is happy.
She better be. She can go on a slide.
What else we got?
I put us in another pool. Does not have a slide though. We might want to put another slide on there soon.
I'm gonna spread the word.
You slide? Okay.
We need hot dog lovers. You, sir, you look like you could destroy a hot dog.
With the name Killian, I think so. Hello. 1 adult for 8. He wants to be here for 8 hours.
Damn.
You know how pruny you're gonna get? Have fun.
Right?
This is Bree's way of communicating. We gotta learn her language.
We are down to $17.
Gotta spend money to make money. What's worth $17?
There we go. Side pass for 4 hours. Was he a senior? My bad. He didn't look like a senior. Damn, girl. Four hours. Teen. No slide. Here you go. What's up, Kyler?
Is that your advertising free? Yeah.
Hat dogs. Hat dogs.
Oh, Jesus. That was a good
6
shot.
hours. Teen. Side pass. Ticket. Have fun. Bye. 4 hours. Senior. Side pass. Don't hurt yourself on the slide, please. We have no insurance. Bye.
Your research point.
1. Adult slide pass. Here you go. Have fun. What's up, Rachel? 6 hours adult slide pass.
They call me the repairman.
Man. The repair man. Okay, bye. Have fun. Juan is still waiting for his hot dog. Now, those are the basic time to earn your first star. Park Prestige stars. Unlock exciting new research and attractions. Check your task list and get started. Somebody just come in without a... No, you have one. Oh. No! I've fallen!
And I can't get up.
Who's mad? You're not supposed to be here. Dude, he went sliding. Holy crap. Hit him with the mop. No, not Zachary. Oh my. You got him, Ree. Get him out of here. Skedoodle him out. What are we building? What are we building?
I repair.
No shower for these kinky peoples.
You. Oh. Why? Oh, I can see your face. Someone is drowning.
No. Where is it?
I got the med kit. I got the med kit.
Life.
Heal.
About just have a little nap on the ground right there.
Oh, is she okay? Oh, banana peel. Banana peel. I'll grab these. Straight anymore. How are we on the dogs of the hots?
Let's go check. We got 4 left.
Where'd they go? Where'd they go? Where'd they go? think
Get by
Xander
me.
just left. Oh. Hello? Fuck a baby, but I can't see straight in you. Ah! Gianni already wants a ticket. Marjorie! Boring. Bitch? Bitch?
You seen Dayton?
Welcome to Kmart.
New research point.
Hell yeah. We got a lot of people in line right now. Grim's got him. Okay, cool. Trying to pass out flyers. We need more people. Charlotte, come back. Trying to get him coming out of the subway.
I'm seeing a lot of garbage. Well,
Is anybody in here that's not supposed to be in here? There's some garbage right here. Oh no! I slipped on the banana peel!
no.
Oh! I lost my flyer.
Kobe.
No guest sickness mode. Sometimes guests may throw up. No guest sickness mode removes related visual and audio effects. Oh, keep it. We're gonna keep it.
Oh.
What? We're gonna keep it.
Yeah.
David, come to our park. David.
Oh my god.
David. David.
We need more hot dogs. I'm gonna get hot dogs.
Teen. 4 hours. Slide pass. Teen 4 hours slide pass.
Hey.
We're making a little bit of money.
Clean.
Let's see. Oh, we need our star in order to unlock anything else. We need stars.
We gotta sell more tickets.
I don't have night shift yet either. Ree, they're wanting hot dogs. Oh no, Grim found it. Oh, Blue's gonna try and visit. Hello, Blue. How we doing? How we doing? How we doing? How we doing? Keanu. It's Keanu.
Oh my god.
We
I'm
have
so
royalty
fat.
here. It's Keanu. What? What?
No, he wanted hot dog, not life preserver.
Oh, it's stinky.
Oh my god. These showers need cleaning badly.
Rhea, are you okay?
The day's over.
Not the decorations need improvement. Need some more loungers. Couldn't find the trash bin. Anything we want to improve on when you gotta clean stuff? I don't know what he's cleaned.
Ah.
Oh,
Oh, I can't.
Eh.
PvP's turned off.
Oh, good.
yeah, I turned it off. Otherwise, we'll never get anything done.
True.
Guess these are clean. Good job, checkers.
Yeah. Think that's everything.
All right. I'm gonna open.
Yeah.
And I ain't going nowhere. Give me flyers.
Welcome to Game On.
Let's give all my flyers. More.
Oh, this is where we use the research points. Okay.
Yeah, the little table over there. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see.
Rachel. Rachel.
Rachel.
Rachel. I'm getting serious. We're not on a break right now. Don't you dare go in that room. Oh, you son of a bitch.
Huh.
Where do you think you're going, Grayson? Beat your ass.
Dominic, get over here. Bitch. Oh, right into the Lambo. I'm gonna hand out more flyers. How you doing, Blue?
Welcome to Kmart.
So much fun. You already want a ticket. Andre already wants a ticket. Oh, my bad. Yay!
Yay!
1 star.
Plain hot dog. Weirdo.
Okay, let's see. These are all clean.
What do we want? Water gun, basic pools, walk speed increase, park, paint up the park. Do we want some Charlottes?
Water gun. We haven't had anybody stinky
Water
yet,
gun?
but we could probably do more than just that. Yeah, we have 4 points left.
Yeah.
Decorations would be good.
Alright. Decorations, okay.
Ooh.
Lemonade stand.
Style equals profit.
Do basic pools too. And basic toilets. Listen, who's vomiting off of the frickin'... Oh, there's poop in here! Somebody pooped!
Oh.
Look! Somebody pooped!
Yep.
No,
somebody-
why are you showing it to me?
Somebody pooped in the pool.
Oh, there's a smelly
Let me
guest.
guess.
Yeah.
I see
Super
him.
soaker time.
Charlie Stinky.
Who got the super soaker?
Okay, Reese got that. We
are they?
need. Hell yeah.
Gotcha.
I'm gonna buy some lemons.
We need lemonade stuff, yeah.
Yep.
Add ice. We need ice. Did we get ice?
Welcome to Kmart.
Are you trying to make an announcement, Ree?
How do we get ice?
That's a good question. There's an ice bowl right here, but I don't know if we have to refill it or.
You just gotta take the cup. Exactly, Rick. Exactly.
Exactly. Oh my god.
What's you want, a plain hot dog? There you go.
Any other stinkies?
Mm.
Oh. Sorry, ma'am, I got you.
Okay, these are clean. I got the hot
think Asher
dog.
might be dead. Oh
Yeah.
wait, there he goes.
Oh, there's trash.
Ooh.
Oh, this guy fell asleep. Oh my goodness. Don't you do that to me. Holy crap. This guy's staring at me. Getting trash. We're getting more trash. I got a 10 out of 10 throw finally. Woo, 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 woo. I like how they have to pay to use the toilet too. Oh, they're falling asleep because there's not enough loungers.
Oh my god. Oh, okay.
Somebody's drowning.
No.
Did we get them? Or are they still drowning?
No, it looks like I think Ree got him.
All right, here's some more loungers.
Lock tips.
Dutch just lay down at my feet. Sir, all of a sudden I feel
Please.
warm. And it's this little tiny boy. Good, we have enough money for trash bags. Any more trash? Leaving the park. When visitors collect too many negative thoughts, they become irritated. Just one more problem, and they'll walk out and ask for their money back. Keep an eye on their move before it's too late. Who's upset?
Yikes. Yeah, I don't see anybody
You can leave.
that's upset. Unless that's
Hey, you, little girlfriend. You need a new one.
Ah!
Oh, my bad. Brixton. My bad.
Oh.
There's more trash.
Oh my god.
Oh, I yeeted that way too far.
That is now in the street. Oh! My bad. You're doing a good job, Bree. She's like, so whatever. Got a new research point. Uh-oh, somebody's panicking. They got in cold feet on the diving board. Approach the guest, give them a little encouragement. Sometimes that means a gentle push so they can take the plunge. So maybe I'll push a guest in.
Get in there. Funny thing is, that was me when I was a kid.
Oh yeah, look at the way that they come out of this pool is insane. You see that? Just come flying out.
Yeah.
Yep.
We'll hand out some flyers. Someday Blue will come over here. Somebody's waiting for a hot dog. I'm coming back.
Crim's got
You got
it.
him? Hell yeah.
Buy some hot dogs. Hot dogs. I want a hot dog later.
Wow.
Ooh. Nothing you can tell, but being the diving boards.
Our new pool goes to heaven diving.
We're doing a great job, guys. Guess waited too long for a ticket as soon as I say that. Ma'am.
Clean trash.
Already wanted a ticket. What about you, Apollo? Hell yeah. Whatever that trash bag got yeeted. Meh. I feel fun. It's the best compliment. Only we're at 55%.
How is that?
We
how
made
is that 55%.
for satisfaction, yeah.
We have way more good reviews than bad reviews.
I know. I agree.
Sleeping.
Sleep, sleep. Oh, reopened immediately. Let's go. We're in business.
Full burn. Let's go.
Already wants a ticket. Hell yeah. You want a ticket? You already want a ticket. Here, Marjorie. Heck yeah. Give them all tickets. You're already there. Who else wants a ticket? Come here, Kenneth. Dominic. You better hold still and take that. Ah! Almost got run over.
I'm working hard. Any trash? Any trash? Any trash?
I don't see any.
Let's see. What else do we want? I'm gonna hold because we can get a park size level up as well.
Ooh, okay.
At $300. So we just need to make some money. You're doing great, Ree.
Dog, come out, dog, you fine weirdo.
Is everything clean still?
I've been running around making sure stuff
Nice.
is fixed and clean.
Oh, wait on lemonade. I got you. I got you.
Alright, you run, bitch. You run.
No, they wanted lemonade and ice and a lemon. I want lemonade. There you go, bud. I want lemonade. Oh. Okay then. That works. I'm just trying to get the people their lemonade.
Yeah, Reed's just like, fuck your lemonade.
The snorkel is great.
Oh, sorry, vendor. There we go. They walked in front of me.
Why is this person
What am I
confused?
supposed to do?
Oh, somebody wants a hot dog. I got hot dogs. We're
Oh,
good.
Be thinking.
Oh, we got the money for the upgrade.
Add
Excellent.
ketchup. I should smack you.
20 visitors in our park. Oh. Another water puddle.
In a water park? No.
Right?
Dirt and damage. Attractions slowly lose durability and get dirty with every use. And yeah, we've been doing this.
Eh. Gimme.
Okay, I'm gonna.
Repair buildings.
Oh, I gotta buy the basic trash bins first, and then we can increase park size.
Oh, looks like we already have. Holy shit.
I just expanded our park. I did it. I did it.
That's a lot bigger.
Excellent.
Now we gotta pick up all this trash. Getting all the achievements. Oh, that went a little too far.
Lemonade, I'm coming. Well, which one? Which one?
Buddy.
Which one's a hot dog? some lemons for
I'm cleaning up the trash over here. Somebody's Kenneth is not Kenneth.
Kenneth, no. I clean.
We are only programmed to clean, not to save. Only clean.
I repair.
What do you want? Add both? There you go.
Objective complete.
Get in there, bitch.
You just give her a treat.
I wanna be.
Oh, I thought I heard the treat thing going off. Oh. Hackers.
Huh? What? Boing. Oh, requires more.
Yeah, destroy all this stuff, man.
Okay. And still keeping track
Ma'am.
of all our other stuff.
She's over here harassing me. We're losing sales. I think we can move stuff too, yeah.
I think so. Spread love with water gun.
Goddamn.
Oh, that's poop? How is that poop? Somebody scoot their ass along the ground? In a graffiti
What, a
form? It says
dog?
poop.
Sorry, Asher.
It says mop poop. That's just right here.
Good job, Reed.
So much fun.
He put himself over there. No, I can't move. Yeah, she texted me. Good. Yeah. Yeah. Nice.
Okay.
Marjorie is waiting for a hot dog.
Coming, bitch. I'm coming.
I'm getting a lot of achievements right now.
But
Best day ever for a clean hot dog. Okay.
yeah. Got any stinkies? Oh, trash.
Got any grapes? Got any stinkies?
Yes, you lay down on thing I'm cleaning.
Do they need to be smelly in order for me to spread the love?
I don't think so. I'd be cleaning them.
Spread the love. Awesome water shot. Oh, he just fell out. Stop spraying. Oh. Please don't do that. He just wants you to annoy the customers.
Does it fit?
Clean smelling gas with the water. Oh. Satisfaction's climbing.
Nice. I'm trying to. Move stuff around.
Yeah. Oh, sweet. Now we can carry more.
Move these over here. Give him a little umbrella.
Ella,
A little
hey.
fake palm tree. We do have upgraded turlets now. We have one star
Yeah.
turlets and trash.
Oh, shit. Eh. That's garbage. Eh.
Okay. Who else? Oh, we could probably get rid of. We could probably get rid of these ones. We have the better diving boards too. Ma'am! Okay. I'm attempting to move stuff around!
Everything must be cleaned and fixed.
Get us an upgraded pool.
Let's see if we can parkour out of here.
Upgraded pool.
I need me a sledgehammer.
Man, I hope
Look at
nobody
that.
has an emergency to go to the bathroom because it's all the way over here.
Oh, shit. Just don't have upgraded
Just
slides
imagine it
yet.
for real.
Checkers, you got a sledgehammer on you?
Yes, I do.
Hop the wall.
Can you get rid of that other
Ooh, hop
pool
the
that's right there?
Oh, yeah. Get rid of it?
The one on the right behind you. Yeah, get rid of the pool behind you. This one I'm building? Yeah, the one behind you.
Yeah. Get rid of it?
The one behind you, yeah. No, that one we keep. The one behind you.
That was the one behind me.
This one was behind you.
Here we
Hold
go.
on! Where'd she
Here we
go?
go.
Okay. I deleted Ree.
Oh, no.
Hold on, let me get out of the way.
Literally every time I turned around and you said the one behind me, it was the one
Sorry.
that you were building.
It has some trash.
I must go destroy. Demolition Daydream.
Yeah, we just gotta remember to leave something we can jump over.
Oh, true.
Is that close enough?
Well, we can still get back by using the escape menu.
Yeah, I suppose, but there's no fun.
I think this is close enough.
Oh, that's trash.
I read.
Oh no, it's close enough. Listen, my titties are so buoyant.
Cosmetic and practical.
Where the hell did you go, Reed?
Oh my goodness. Hi, checkers.
Hi.
I somehow got yeeted across.
Oh my god.
Oh.
I've made Reed disappear. She was dead in the pool and destroyed it.
I destroyed one of the pools when she was in it.
Oh, like,
I think that's
yeah, she was dead in the destroyed pool. And yeah, she was, but like,
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is blood over here.
Well, at least we can clear this out before we unlock it more.
Yeah.
yep. Then we can pick up all the trash.
This is called efficiency.
I'm so glad there's no stamina in this game.
Right?
Oh, Reed is forever underwater. Okay.
No.
I saw her run over this way, though, I thought.
Yeah, there was a pool destroyed and then she was in it. She disappeared.
Yeah, I saw that.
Mop.
Hello, dear.
Oh, I
She's
Reed.
right there. I was gonna make the pizzas that we have, but I'm surprised you didn't want to. Oh, well, it's probably too late for that now. But
What the?
sorry, I was just checking something really quick.
That's awkward looking.
She got herself a lemonade. A lemonade.
She's riding your leg.
I can eat to sleep.
Bad dog.
Oh, we can destroy the. Oh, I was gonna say we can destroy these two things too. Maybe not. Oh no!
Hardcore.
Oh no!
And respawn.
We can put in. Okay.
Help me.
Oh my goodness.
It's got you frozen mid-run.
I just got it lined up too.
Bad re. Ah,
Okay. That way we can get some more people in here. There we go.
okay. It fell through the wall. Uh-oh. I think it may be gone.
We only have $1 to our name.
That's all we need.
So we better get some tickets in here. We have 2 hot dogs. We have plenty of lemonade. And so much space for activities. Oh no.
God, it's looking like a desert.
Steve's over here singing. Hold on. That's just how
Cheese.
that's just how old Steve is.
Cat food showing up tonight?
It's supposed to.
Okay, 'cause we have 3 very hungry childs. They are
I know we
not
have the
happy.
hungry children's. Let me see. Ordered it for same day. Delivery window between 7:30 and 9 p.m. Order is scheduled. Give them dry food. Ooh, there's Stinkies.
Oh, Stinky, got him. Awesome water shot.
Awesome water shot.
We only need one more.
So refreshing. Oh, these guys don't like it out here. Why not? Oh, we print out some flyers. Cool.
See, we're already up to $267.
Oh, that thing went into the stratosphere. Have some fun with the beach balls. Oh, they're waiting for lemonade. There's some Stinkies. Lemonade, add lemon. Thirsty guests equals easy money. Sometimes guests get thirsty fast. Nothing hits the spot like a cold cup of lemonade. So we have one.
Well, we're ahead of the curve then.
Did I not? Did it freeze when I went? Oh my goodness. Lemonade. Add ice. Thank you. Girlfriend was hot like me. Oh my god, the way they come out of the pools just always cracks me up. Stinkies!
Got him.
Stinkies. Who wants a lemonade? Who wants a lemonade? We need to sell marmalades. Marmalades.
Marmalade.
The marmalades.
Go.
Oh, lemonade. Hot dogs. Move, I need to give her a hot dog.
Uh-huh.
Ariana's really hungry. I need a hot dog. All right, what do we want? We can do bigger trash bags, basic showers, or... We could do... One of the guests is broken for you. Figures. That checks. Paintbrush.
Yeah.
Oh, we need hot
Probably gonna
dogs.
Need more showers.
Here, just take that.
Wait.
Okay, that's not what you ordered. No! We need more hot dogs.
Yep.
We're out of hot dogs.
Okay. I'm gonna go. Oh wait, Grim's got it.
Her name is Promise? Yeah, come on in here. What can I get you? You want both things? Lemon, ice.
Yep.
Good job, guys.
Oh.
Who carries their hot? Did you just give the hot dog to the tree? It's so funny watching the trash get yeeted.
Yeah. Stinky. Oh, there's a poo. Somewhere. There it is.
Got the puddle.
Hey. Do we need to empty this out?
It is pretty funny
Yeah,
that Oh, I want to drop on him. This lemonade, you got a bus. You can go. That guy's got to put on some sunscreen, man. Who wants just lemonade without ice? I'm in desperate need. There's 3 in a row that just want lemonade with no ice.
Maybe
There you go,
they're
girl.
not getting
Yeah.
Oh, is there puke right there? There's puke right there. There's puke right there.
warm.
And poop. There's poop and
Oh,
puke.
God. This trash needs emptied. Maybe they're puking because there's so much trash.
Oh, there's puke right here too. The poop is still there.
I got it.
Where's the poop, Robin? It's right there.
I threw it away.
It's Jacksepticeye. Jacksepticeye is in here now.
Oh shit. Wait, does it actually say Jack?
Yes, he's right here.
He
This is
must have, like-
amazing.
He must have like contributed to this game in some way.
Indy wants a lemonade. Indy, are you in here?
I saw
Oh,
a
hot dogs, hot
post
dogs.
there. Here we go. Uh-oh, hot dog.
I catch up. There you go. Plain. There you go. Hot dogs need to be restocked.
Eh.
Oh, stinkies. Oh, stinky trash.
Yeah.
Oh, that went really far.
Another stinky trash. I got it.
Why are people upset? Why are people upset? What is happening?
There. Upsetting. Upsetting spaghetti. Oh, there's food.
Oh, there is poop.
I got it. I got it.
They don't like our decor.
Oh, yeah, we do have to decorate.
Oh, what do you want? Ice, lemon.
Bigger trash bags.
What is that? What Regis sent me? How are... Okay. You're just in really hard mode. She's in very difficult mode right now.
Oh, somebody drowning. Where's the thingy?
Oh, they're gonna have to get in there though. That's right.
Oh, there's two here. Wait.
Oh, they can't get in here.
The heck? Rusty toilet is unreachable.
I'm working on it.
Gotta give him some privacy.
I'm trying. There we go.
We're doing good work.
Look at the trash can. We're trying with this. Hold on.
That one's bugged. I couldn't get that one to complete. Like either it's trapped inside another object or something.
I can't even move that one. Means we're just gonna have to expand. Oh, give me up. Oh yeah. I'll start to repair this stuff. I'm a little clean. I should probably add.
Oh,
Let's see,
neat. Are those
decorations.
parasailers?
Yeah, aren't they pretty?
That's so cool.
Oh, Grimmy left. You good?
Oh yeah, I forgot to have myself muted. That's it for me.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Guys,
Thanks for
it is
playing,
2:30
Grimmy.
in the morning.
I
gotta get some
suppose.
keys.
I guess.
Hey.
All right.
Thanks for playing, Grimmy.
All right, you have fun.
Have a good
Goodbye.
night.
Yeah. Night, dude.
Okay, gotta slide right here. Bree is just forever broken.
Always on a trumpet.
That is just her life, I feel. Forever broken.
I got plenty of hot dogs, got plenty of lemonade.
Let's see. Oh, unlock bigger trash bags. She's got her trumpet, and that's what's getting her through life right now. There we go.
Build loungers.
Oh, we have a little fountain. Can we? Oh, we can throw it in here. Build 5 loungers.
Oh, that's fun.
We gotta have the basic ones, I guess. We gotta. Ow. There we go. They are now unlocked.
Yay.
Yay!
You.
Okay. Yay!
Indeed.
Earned $6,000.
Nice. And then build one slide with at least 1 prestige.
We gotta. I
You
think
get
we
more
gotta
decoration
unlock
points.
it. Yeah, we need 1 more research point. We have more decorations now too.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Oh, we just got it.
Good research.
Let me basic slides. So we should be able to get rid of that other slide. Oh. Oh, it's because I'm in the way. Hold on. Let's put the swirly slide. Swirly slide.
Ooh, fun.
Now we see a few more decorations. Are you good, Ree?
Looks like she's having a ball.
Hmm. Meow, 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 meow. Listen, it's unfair. I got these tickle bitties that are easy to hit. Okay, before I spend all the money, let's go to sleep and open the park back up again. Ma'am. Oh.
There we go.
Emerson, take the damn thing.
Man, look at that line.
Already wants a ticket. Already wants a ticket. We're getting there.
I'm gonna hand out some more flyers.
We got a long line.
I'm done here.
I know, they say so many weird things. Lucy, come here. Macy, you know you want to. Come to Slippery when moist. I already gave you
Oh,
one.
there's a doggy here. I can invite him to the park.
You can?
Oh no, it's just pet the dog.
Aw. That would have been cute. That would have been
Yeah.
cute. What name? There's some. Hello? Promise? Do you promise to come to the park? Isaac, you know you wanna. Woo woo. We got a woohoo.
Woo!
Bam, 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 bam.
Yeah, yeah.
Get out of here. Yeah, the evil look. Did he run out? I think he ran out. Yeah, there he goes. He's running out. Making sure everybody's got bracelets. I had both. You got it, boss.
Yep.
All right, okay. We're stopped up on everything. Cool. Soon we'll be able to have cashier staff. We just need a couple more, Oh, is there a poop? Where's the poop?
Who got the poop?
Where's the poop?
I don't see it.
I don't see it either.
Wait,
Oh,
you-
is he stinky? Can't tell.
Oh no, they're freeloaders. At least this one over here was.
Oh, stinky!
Oh, there's
Stinkies!
one.
Yay.
Oh, freeloader.
Oh, we got a new research point. What do you mean that was? Oh, people want hot dogs, hot dogs, hot dogs. Add ketchup. You got it. There you go. God, you guys all want ketchup, weirdos.
Right? Everybody knows mustard is superior.
I know. Listen, there's something stinky over here. There's flies right here. I can't quite see it. I think there's poop right there. Let's see if I can grab it.
Oh, there's trash here.
I don't see it.
Eh.
What are you
No.
doing? What are you
That's
doing?
it. Cut it.
Hell yeah. I swear there's poop like right here. There's flies right here. I just can't see it. Yes, ma'am. How may I be of service? I'm gonna go hand out. Oh, shoot. I'm gonna go hand out this lemonade first. I'm gonna go hand out some flyers. Lucas? So boring. Get out of here. We're trying our best. Got Leo already. right, we got 3 research points. I'm gonna add in staff.
Yes. Ooh, hot dog. Oh. I'll get more hot dogs.
Okay, got him hired. I got a
Where do we
park.
get the lemonade?
Manage? Manage. Oh, you're good.
Oh, lemons.
Stop yelling at our staff! I swear there's poop right over here.
Oh, I see the flies. Yeah.
Right?
That could be just.
I don't
be
know
a,
if anybody can use
graphical-
this. Okay, never mind. They just proved me wrong. They can't use the shower. Let's say I don't know if they
Sticky
could,
trash.
and evidently they can. What kind of hot dog you want? With ketchup? Ketchup. There you go, John. Flyers. You guys were already in there. Lucy, come here. Go have fun. Lucas, go have fun. Augustus. Francisco. I don't have anything for you. I don't have anything for you.
Oh my god, this other slide was doing real bad.
Oh, yeah. Laurel. No, you're good. Uh-oh. Go push somebody in.
Yeti.
There's Francisco. Got him. There's so many doctors in this area.
Right?
Maybe it's from the last park. They probably had like a deal with them.
Yeah.
I think that's what it was.
Maybe we should do a doctor theme.
A doctor theme, yeah. Doctor, doctor, doctor,
Doctor?
doctor.
Oh, wow. I saw another one over here somewhere. There we go. Getting the trash.
Did I hire in this other person? Oh. Stop bullying our worker, Ree. Oh, we had
Where am I gonna
overflow.
make it from here?
Oh, shoot. What do they want? Lemonade?
Nice. Let's see. More trash?
Yep.
What do you want? With ice? Just lemonade. You got it, boss.
Uh-huh.
Hiya. Clean 500 trash. Oh, this diving board is not doing very well.
Let's see what else.
Neither of these. My bad, Madison. I'm just trying to fix your shit.
What?
How are these doing? wanna go on this slide. Whee! We went in backwards. Oh, there's poop in here.
Yeah.
There's poop. Get the poop. I got the poop.
You got that boom.
I got the poop. They are going all this way to go into the bathrooms.
Yeah.
Got their lemonade? Thank you, Ree. Our boy is resting.
Uh-oh. Oh, sorry, Zart.
It is pretty funny to hear you in game too. Let's see, we have one.
Nice.
100% satisfaction.
Oh, snap.
Look at us. We got a lot of tips too. Hell yeah. Let's see. Do we want to upgrade the showers at all? We can hold off and do the hammer upgrade level.
Ooh.
Soon we'll be able to get a popcorn stand. I'm gonna do basic showers because then we unlock handyman staff. That means we can upgrade the showers if we want to. Does anything else need repaired? The Heckarinos is on it.
Looking over everything twice. I can't really see what else. Oh, this pool. My God, there's so much to keep track of.
Yep. Oh, we got a new research point. We're up to 1 again. Okay. Where'd the Reed go? Where'd the Reed go? She's running across. Running across with the trumpet.
Oh. Lemonade. And hot dog. I gotta check the bathrooms, make sure they're done. Repair.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you for the slide. Thank you for the slide pass. Is it a slide pass? Is it a slide pass? Yeah.
What else needs to be cleaned?
I think we're...
Well, the poo meter is at half. Does that mean we need to clean more?
The poo... I like how you said the poo meters.
Yeah, the poo meter. It's a meter that has a poo in the middle of it.
Maybe. Or it might just be because we have older stuff in there that it might look dirty. Oh,
Or maybe I need
there's
to
the
check
pool.
Trash. Nope.
Oh, you know what? No, it doesn't need to be cleaned anymore.
I think it's because of the trash. No?
I wonder if poo meter up means things are cleaner.
Yeah.
But I also think there's
'Cause I
poop.
noticed
There's
it-
poop we can't see
Yeah.
on the ground.
It went up when I threw trash away, so I think it's...
Fuller poop is better.
Yeah.
I think that's what that means. Fuller poop is better. We could use some more decorations.
this. Huh.
The planter. See if that goes up at all. Nice. All right, whenever you guys are ready, I'll have us go to sleep.
Yep, I think I'm ready.
We're already a week in.
Ooh. Hire your first staff.
Park is open. So many hammers and stuff around everywhere too.
Yeah.
You already want to come in? Hell yeah. What about you? You already want to take it? Hell yeah. What about you guys over there? Kimberly? Visit the park. Promise? Promise. Don't you yawn at me. Fucking. You already want to take it? Hell yeah. Holly? Yeah. Best day ever. Let's go.
Wonder if we need to empty out these pools.
Oh, somebody already wants a hot dog? I guess it is almost that time. And you want it plain, so you are that type of person. It's okay.
Wow. We
Uh-uh.
here.
Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. I don't think so.
I don't think so, Tim.
Yep.
That's what I was just gonna say too.
There's more flies. Why is there flies here?
I don't know. Don't say it. You're getting ready to go into a water park. You guys chill.
Right?
Awesome water shot. Yeah. Can I paint these? No. What else can I paint? Oh. Why did they come out that weird color?
Silver? Kinda?
Floor tool. Maybe it adds more decor to the thing, but it's all brown.
Eesh.
Oh my goodness, it's because I can change the color.
Oh,
It is a park, therefore everything has to be black. 'Cause
I like that a lot.
and the slide. Heck yeah.
Nice. Rubber duck yellow. Just the way I like it.
Nice.
Black and yellow, black and yellow.
Oh my goodness, you did not just say that. Oh wait, we can do secondary colors too and tertiary. Oh Jesus.
Oh man. You know what? I may have to start a single player save of my own because this is
Right?
this is scratching that house flipper itch that I've needed for a while.
Get in there. paint's $5, but let me. Get in there. Then for the hot dogs. How's that? For the hot dog stand. Listen, everybody's panicking on the freaking diving board today. Hell yeah, push him in. Get him in there. Hand out some more flyers. Mila, you come back here. Madison.
Research for.
Hey, Nix, how you doing? Water park is water parking. We are water parking the water park. Royal Hammer. How come the old man doesn't want to come to the water park? You can have fun. We have senior tickets.
Right?
Imagine. More flyers. Look at these people. Ew. Where Isaac? You already want one? Oh, they're already gone. There we go. Laurel.
Yeah.
Grayson. Get back here. You can go so far to give them flyers.
Nice.
Solomon's waiting for a hot dog. Look at this way. Saved.
I think Abram's stuck.
Oh my
Or
goodness.
he's not sure. He was just standing there.
They get stuck by the trash can, I've noticed too. The trash to other dumpster.
Huh.
I don't know why, but they do. That's right, you already want a ticket.
Staring at the toilets, not sure if they want to go or not.
I mean, I would
Probably
question
check
that
to see if they're
too.
playing.
You've seen the people that have been in our park already.
True.
Francisco. Okay, I've handed out a bunch of flyers.
Nice. How we doing on trash? Ooh, that one was almost full.
I don't think so. Get your ass out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. Oh, gosh.
Stinky.
Not the stinkies. Where are all these? Tristan, you saw me doing that. You walked right in front of me. Who's Mr. D? Uh-oh, somebody's too tired, too furious. Sorry, Reese got it. Because they're still soaking. Who puts their clothes on soaking wet from the pool right away?
Right?
Who wants a lemonade? You got it? Okay, Reese got it. There you go. So boring. Get out of here. We're having a good time. Our place is called Slippery When Moist. Hackers wanted something with moist in it, so
Yeah.
yeah.
We want you to have a good time, but also feel slightly uncomfortable.
Yep. The Slippery When Wet is boring. Oh, you can go push somebody in. Get him in there. Heck yeah. You already want a ticket? Heck yeah. What'd I miss? I think you were already in there. Come on, I have 2 more flyers that you get rid of. Gustus, thank y'all.
Hooray! Oops, I hit the wrong button. You still want lemonade, bro? Aw. I screwed it up.
There we go. I got my last flyer. You having fun, Ree?
I'm trying to give her lemonade, but it's not working.
Lucas, you saw me. You saw me cleaning. And you decided that it would be smart to walk in front of me.
Don't blame me, it's the game. I'm gonna go get more lemonade.
Okay. Oh, this needs clean badly.
Ta-da. How are we doing on hot dogs? Oh, we got plenty.
Score. I made it in there.
Nice. 100% again.
$443. We made a $1,400 profit, almost $1,500.
We're very close to our goal.
We are. Give me one moment. You have sand at the water park. Evidently here.
Any other trash? Nope, I don't see any.
Ree, you good? Okay. Oh, perfect. The song that's on right now is spinning around too, so it's perfect.
Now we just need that song from Dirty Dancing to play.
Right?
I'm a maniac.
Oh, from I can't think of the name of the movie. I'm about to say, what is Ethan doing? He's just laying there. Did he get tripped up? Flyers. What are you monies? Hi, oh, you're coming over here already. You coming over here? You're coming over here? Everybody's coming over here right now. Dang. You're gonna have a bunch of people that are waiting. You're going in there. You're going in there. We're the talk of the town now.
Yeah.
You ran over Macy, one of our customers. They're running over everybody. They have the right of way. Oh my gosh.
They have the right of way.
Welcome to Kmart.
How are we on stuff? There's a duck gun, by the way.
Welcome to Kmart.
How are we on
We got
lemons
hot
and stuff?
dogs. We got lemonade. Everything looks good. Everything's clean.
We just gotta make
Well, it
money.
was before everybody else came in. All these people that got to dirty my equipment again.
Wonder if we put out another pool or something?
Yeah, it looks like the counter isn't dependent on what our current amount of money is, so we could just buy stuff willy-nilly.
Let's do a circular pool.
Ooh.
Off of my feet, and I can't help myself. I don't know what else. There we go. We'll put another small spiral in there. Oh my gosh. Oh, that was my ankle. Lemonade, sweet, sweet lemonades. Oh, we got another research point.
Nice.
We're at 7. I didn't realize that.
Oh, wow.
Handymen's puddle highlights just in case. And we're faster walking now. We got faster speeds.
Excellent.
We're so fast. She's a mystery.
From downtown. And it was all yellow.
Should just straight up be the yellow pool. Does he clean? No. Does he repaired? No. I'm shocked. Shocked. Oh, we need to change.
Oh, sorry, ma'am.
Cool. We're running low on some hot dogs. We're down to 4. Hey!
Hungry.
Yay! Oh, now it's time to push people around. Yeah, we can get a
Push
jukebox, modern pools, inflatable vending machine, sell pool toys to guests. We did it. Ooh, night shift. Chlorine. Clean water isn't forever. Your park has grown and filters can't keep up with the crowds now. Trash, accidents, even bladder relief will make pools dirty.
No, don't be. That water looks good.
Hope this trash isn't looking though. Oh. It's gonna make you scream. This doesn't though. Ree's got it. Oh! Oh!
There we go.
Good job, Ree. Oh. Mustard, I got you. I got you, boo. And we go buy us some more hot dogs and pass out more flyers. Somebody's drowning.
Forward.
Oh, we spot them on the yellow trail. Well-time push will remind them of the rules. You can push them peers. Who's peeing? Stop peeing. Thank you. They have a whole trail. It's gross. Oh, thank you, Ree. You see, Felicia Day and Will Wheaton are gonna. Did you see that Will Wheaton and Felicia Day are gonna be doing another gaming show? Like,
Oh,
tabletop
really?
show? Yeah. That was one of the stretch goals. It's up to $4 million now.
Oh, wow.
Scream, make you scream. Oh. Somebody pee? Yeah. That's her yes. Yes, somebody pee.
My eyes hate me now?
So refreshing. She's so slippery looking. Look at that. She's so shiny.
I keep hitting the wrong fucking button.
Ethan, I thought you were tired.
Oh.
Print out some more flyers. We're supposed to push cheaters, but we haven't had any. Oh, we haven't had any in a little bit. Here, I accidentally pushed you down, but here you go. Take my flyers, please. There we go. How are we doing? How we doing? How we doing?
Think we're good.
Okay. Park decorations level 2. Oh. The poppies in here. They've been using the crap out of this diving board here. Oh, this is dirty. Don't do it! Don't do it! Don't. Oh, Brinley. I told you not to do it. I told you not to do it. Oh, I can put out. Oh. There's the third person view. I didn't even see that. I can see myself. What else do we have for decorations? Walls. Better umbrellas. Maybe we need to put out more. Oh, we can do the better showers too. I like watching you guys in real time, like put all this stuff down. I can see Heckers cleaning the bathroom area. Oh, and there's a puddle. That's too
Oh, no.
funny.
Don't worry, it's just water. Ooh, I like these little walls.
Right? They look nice. Ducky balloons. Hell yeah.
The day is complete.
Only 83. I'm trying by the decorations. I'm trying my best. Oh, that went all the way to the parking lot. Just gonna open all these up. Oh! That's one way to do it. It's so ridiculously fun.
Right?
Boing, boing. These need to be fixed at all? Oh, they're just there. Okay. Boing. Everybody need cleaned. Clean. Clean.
Whee!
Clean.
Wait, I'm stuck. Oh no. Oh, there we go.
Our ducky's getting cleaner too.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, our ducky's getting improved every time our stuff goes up. Okay, we gotta push cheaters. We come in here and don't pay for your ticket at all. Yeah.
Push it a cheater. Wow.
Oh, and that
haven't
opened up
had a single
too.
Cheater. It's funny, before we had this objective, I saw cheaters all the time.
Yeah, now I haven't. There we go. We can do vendor staff. It's not the sea. Oh, I freaking hate seagulls.
Oh no. Oh no, they're raining who on us?
They're asserting their dominance.
Keepers patty hair.
Stop it! How? Oh my god! How long are they gonna keep doing this?
Hopefully not all day. Thankfully they're outlined.
Oh, you caught a cheater. Nice. Oh. Ree's really getting broken now. She's got guests coming in their birthday suit. We can swap up the, Oh, a vandal? Nice.
Uh-oh.
Get him out of here.
Got drained. Drained.
Listen, it's not who drained the pool, Wesley. It's who pooped in the pool. Answer that one.
Yeah, was it you, Wesley?
My brick tower's so tall.
Was it?
Oh, wait, I can hire somebody else. Oh, how do we get more? How do we get to hire more people? Manage. You're fine. Is it in here? Oh, hiring level up. We gotta wait for 2 more research points, and then we could hire somebody to do hot dogs or the lemonade too, if we want to.
Okay.
Whee!
That's good.
Listen, I see you. I see you. Get over here. Casper, get over here. Son of a bitch. Stay in there. You just want lemonade? Nothing else in it? Go. Too
You
tired.
tired?
Too furious. You want a hot dog? Hot dog, hot dog. Plain, there you go, dear.
Do you want both? There you go. I didn't push him this time.
Listen, it also doesn't help that I made this pool white, or I'm sorry, brown. Oh. That might help. I got it, I got it, I got it, I got it. Meow, meow. You want a hot dog? Plain? There you go, Wade. You seem like a plain guy. There you go. There you go, there you go, there you go. I don't know why they like to pee in this one in particular. It seems to just be this guy.
Huh.
Oh, how are our bathrooms doing over here?
Oh, yeah, good idea.
Oh! Good job, Ree. We need one more research, which we're getting pretty fast. Especially when dummies are peeing in the pool. Oh, well, I found a puddle. Oh no! And now he's peeing. Who's peeing?
Oh no. I saved somebody from drowning and then they immediately started peeing.
Everybody's peeing in this damn pool. I just shoved like everybody that was in here and I got money. Sometimes you get money for shooting people with a water pistol. It's like how far I can do it from. Oh, somebody needs to be shoved. Here, bud, I got you. Good job, Wade. Our playing guy. Anybody else peeing in my pool? This looks dirty. Oh. Anybody else peeing in my pools? With mustard, you got it. There you go. Good job, hackers.
Thank you.
Oh. There's graffiti.
Graffiti? Oh. How dare they?
I know. Who did it? Who did it?
This is a clean, wholesome place.
But it was the guy that peed in their pool.
Probably.
I bet you. Oh.
Oh, there's graffiti over here too?
Listen, I'm just trying to get the puddle, okay? Chill out.
Somehow they got it behind the bathrooms.
Oh, wow.
That's sneaky.
Sound like, oh, there's the Casper again. You're not allowed in here. Oh, somebody's peeing in the pool. Who is it?
No. He just yelled, "I'm doomed."
Oh my gosh. Oh. Full trash. Kobe. Oh, I did not make it that far.
Oh, into the pool.
I tried.
Wait, this looks. Maybe not.
You want a hot dog? Which hot dog you want? With mustard? Thank you, Ree. You could probably improve on these showers. Oh.
Yeah, at the very least, we probably need more of them.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of people here.
Put 4 of them over here by the bathrooms.
Right. Other
Too tired and going to rest. There's more graffiti. Said lawyer up. Listen, I got you here. Dang, girl. Okay. Add ice, you got it.
Yeah.
Listen, if we weren't dealing with people peeing in our pools, we'd be able to do everything.
Right. Did anyone include us?
I caught somebody doing diarrhea everywhere. Caught somebody doing graffitis. Oh man. They said that there's a hard mode too. I haven't tried. I haven't seen people playing hard mode just yet.
Oh, thank God. Oh. This is already, like, chaotic enough as it is.
Yeah.
Oh my God, really? I was fixing the slide and somehow hit the person that was sliding in it.
They said it was their best day ever though.
Thanks for hammering me.
Yep. I haven't been hammered like that in a long time. Yeah, at least we have some more showers over here, but I think we need... Listen, I'm trying to get the decorations improved. Should probably put up more bathrooms.
41, yeah.
I'm gonna expand out our bathrooms a little bit and upgrade them a little bit too. I'll put us 3. Yeah, this is definitely becoming more addicting. It's like the scratchy game. Have you ever played the scratchy game?
I don't think I have.
Where you got like a bunch of scratchers and that's basically what you're playing is just scratching a bunch of different
like lottery
stuff.
Tickets?
Yeah.
I have not played that, but I've seen Game Grumps play it.
It's been quite addicting.
Do-do-do-do-do.
There it is. I don't think that's lined up all the way, but is what it is. We'll deal with it. The best behavior. Whee! Yeah, this is at 0%. They like this diving board in particular a lot. I've noticed. Scoping out the place, everything clean.
Everything's good for the bathroom.
And we're almost up to 30. I might upgrade this slide. Let's put that slide there. We can get rid of that other one that's in the middle of nowhere. That somehow is still getting water. Oh! Oh, it's too good. I'm going to add in some more lounging areas. All facing towards this area. Then our maximum capacity goes up.
Oh, nice, yeah. More people, more money.
Boom. Dude,
We should probably refill the pools.
my stuff is so my water gun looks so much bigger than the Lamborghini. It does. It's weird. Hold on. We can do inflatable vending machine, jukebox, popcorn stand, modern trash bins, ticket prices level 2, pay for more privilege, durability manager, modern toilets, hiring level up, I think was one of the ones that I was going to go for. And then what would you guys like? Ticket level means we'll get more money. But we can also do modern pools. Inflatable vending machine where they get pool toys. We just need to keep it stocked. Visitor patience too, where they'll wait longer in lines. Which one you guys feeling? I don't know which one was number 5, Ree. Ticket prices or visitor patience? 1 or 2? 2?
Oh, more graffiti. Don't trust him?
Don't trust who?
I don't know. The graffiti just said don't trust him.
Don't trust who? Don't trust who? Who are we not trusting? I probably should have put umbrellas over here too, yeah. Umbrellas.
Don't trust me. That didn't work the way I wanted it to. Four more.
Already caught a cheater.
Wait, that dude? Wait, he's got a thing. Wait. Get back here. No.
Damn. That's so many people. We just need one more.
Right? I'm pushing anyone that has a frowny face on him. Or a devil face. A frowning devil face.
Did somebody already pee in this pool?
Wait, seriously?
I can't tell.
This one looks good. This one looks good. Yeah, I don't know.
I gave us a little like privacy tanning area over here.
Nice.
I'm gonna put this guy like. Oh, I'll clean. Dude, I seriously can't tell on this thing. All right, you can definitely see this one keeps getting dirty and dirty.
Oh. Do we have a serial peer?
I don't know. I'm gonna watch it not happen because I'm keeping an eye on this one.
Yeah. This rocks. Or watch they'll pee in another pool.
Right?
Fine search.
It might just be because this is the first pool. Everybody it just gets dirty fast.
Oh, yeah. Because it's the closest one.
Yeah. I got it. Oh, now he's good. Ree's ready for these cheaters. Hell yeah.
Oh man, this one's yellow again.
That's so ridiculous. You just want a lemonade? Somebody wants a hot dog?
What if we just close this one down? Just didn't refill it.
Uh-huh.
And, ice, lemon, lemonade. Have fun. Okay, I got some flyers to hand out.
Cool, cool, cool.
That's a car. There's all my flyers.
Welcome to Kmart.
So funny we don't have all the other stuff unlocked that it just looks like they're looking into nothing. Just looking at a curtain. Let's see, we have two. Lemonade, lemonade. Ice. There you go. That is pretty funny. We have to keep emptying that one out. Oh, I found the puddle. Oh, I found the puddle twice.
Yeah, yeah. So did several other people.
Everybody's doing good. Everybody's doing good. You guys like the new slide? Yeah, you guys like the new slide? There you go. You look like you need a spritzer. You need a spritzer? You need a spritzer? Yeah. She does not care. They like this little spot, though. Oh, I should probably put trash bins over here, too. No, they're waiting so long for... Oh, there's a lot of spots.
I'm seeing garbage. This one needs to empty.
Ketchup, there you go. Oh, they're all slipping on the vomit. Sorry, Gabriella. No more boring tiles right now. Your water park's flooring is plain and forgettable, but you're not here to be average. Unlock the floor tile via the research tree to customize paths. Yeah. We're working on it.
Sweet.
We're working on it.
It says unlock floor tool. Spray maintenance,
Lemonade.
attractions.
This pool is gross again.
Floor tool. Okay, so we got to go through the hammer upgrade 1 to get to the floor tool.
Okay.
So I'm doing that now.
Heck
We
yeah.
need three more research points so we can get that.
Nice. You know what else might help if I... Around the world, around the world, around... Who's drowning? Oh. This is dirty. All the pools are dirty right now.
Oh my god.
There's poop! There's poop, checkers, there's poop.
It's not letting me unplug. There we go. Oh my god, these people are filthy.
I know, it's gross. Oh.
Do we need more showers? Is that the solution? Oh, poop.
There's 4 showers over that way.
Huh.
Around the world. And people keep missing the trash cans. Oh my god, I just emptied this. Oh,
And this one needs to be dumped again.
I assigned Caroline to hot dogs.
That's a good idea.
Listen, you guys, all 3 of you guys that just walked over here, just saw me doing this. Don't act like you didn't see me doing this stuff. Let me clean up the trash. Excuse me, pardon me. Ow! Oh, somebody's drowning. He lives. Somehow there's trash in our pools. Bitch! She just tried going up on the slide and I just pushed her down. There's a lot of puddles too. Oh, I caught a pervert.
What?
She had her camera out. This one right here. This one right here.
Get out of here, pervert.
David! David!
All right. Pretty good day.
Listen, we were in the positive, and we got some achievements too.
Yeah.
We got cheese mints. Time to clean up after these nasties. Jesus. Especially this first pool. It's so
Right?
damn
That's
gross.
Crazy.
It's like nothing to clean.
All right. Turlets are all fixed up.
We go clean these guys because they didn't. Oh, these things are in rough shape. They like this little area where I put all the chairs for them to hang out.
Oh yeah.
They really like it. World around the world, around the world, around the world. Bree's helping. Yeah, I'm excited to get back in the Tower Unite again tomorrow.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be fun.
It's been a while. Yeah. Should message Baggy. I don't know if he's got a computer still, but trying to get everybody back into the mine machines. I know they've been doing a lot with like decorating your places too.
Oh really?
Yeah, they've added a ton of stuff.
Okay.
Is there any graffiti anywhere? I don't see any.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have 5 points. We wanted to upgrade the...
Oh yeah, floor tool.
Which we needed to do... It's under maintenance, yeah. No, where was it? Park? Floor tool.
Yeah.
Got it. We now have the floor tool, which use the paint. And then you can actually... Oh no, where's the floor tool? Requires floor tool.
Oh, is it that square one above the squirt gun?
Oh yeah.
Or
You're right. Yeah, we've done that before. Ooh. Oh. Oh yeah, you're right, Ree. You're right. Hold on.
Oh wow.
Because we're yellow.
Oh my god.
It's the lore. We need to stay with the lore. Ree is yellow. Huh?
Why not?
Why not blue? Because Ree is yellow.
Maybe the bathroom.
Steve does not understand the lore. Yeah, boy. You guys done hanging out?
Follow the yellow brick road. Follow the yellow brick road. Follow the yellow brick road.
He is yellow. This is yellow. I like that you can do textures too.
Yeah.
Oh, there's some trash. Oh, you know what else we need to do?
Any other trash areas?
Are we yellow? We are yellow. Yellow, 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 yellow. Yellow. We are the yellows. Oh, we missed places for Lellos though. This can be Lello. All this floor can be Lello. Us painting all this black is going to make it easier for us to figure out where the graffiti is. It just looks good.
Yeah, true. I'm on top of the roof.
Nice. Everything's black. There we go. Even the bottom here? Jesus. All the trim, everything. That there. Yeah. Oh, the AC? Yep. Looking at the drain. Oh my goodness, even the middle, or in the inside. Must all be black.
Yes.
Eh. Are you good, Ree? Everything must be black. That's how we succeed. I agree. Oh my goodness.
God.
This looks better just painted in general too.
Yeah.
All the rust is going away. It's gotta make more money.
Money, money, money.
Just a couple spots. There we go. This is definitely the painting in general. It definitely is giving me a house flipper like feel.
Yeah, yeah.
There we go.
Oh my god, it's so yellow. Just like, I think it's because the sun, like, just brightens.
Yeah.
Because even in the shadow, you can see the shadows are like that faded yellow from earlier.
I can paint up here.
Nice. Yeah, that'll look way better.
Everything's black. I spent so much money painting.
It's worth it.
The millennials are taking over. Oh, I messed up here. Oh my god, it is so yellow. Yes, dear. Oh, what was that from?
On top of those, there's a filter on top.
Yeah.
It was not a filter anymore. It was a plug.
Oh, jeez. Huh.
Yeah.
Good. Good.
Yep. I didn't know that existed.
Nope, I didn't either.
It was very fuzzy. Very, very, very fuzzy.
Yeah. Well, hopefully that helps.
Yeah, hopefully it helps. I'm gonna do the one in the loop.
Okay. We can open. I'm just painting. If you guys are ready.
Opening in 3, 2, 1.
What sucks is even if you're not painting anything, it still costs $5. That's so stupid.
Oh. Huh.
I just noticed that. That's dumb. Okay, I at least got this. Oh. Let me plug up this. Plug up that. Open the wells.
2 L's.
In this nasty one. Okay, I think I got. Oh, I missed some trim.
I'm ready to push anybody I see cheating.
Heck yeah. And our ducky's looking better. Caught a vandal.
Nice. Just follow him with the trumpet.
Yeah, I'll clean the graffiti too.
Oh yeah.
It's so much more prominent on the black.
Yeah.
Oh. Who peed in the pool?
Ew.
Who did it? Got him.
Nice.
Stop peeing in my pool. Hell yeah. 8 hours. There you go, David. Adult. 4 hours. Slide pass. There you go. Such a weird name to spell Emerson, but are you sure you're an adult? You look like a child. Here you go. Oh yeah. What was that? Yeah.
Hooray.
Oh, that's right. The museum's new.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Who needs help getting thrown in? Get in there. This is really bright.
We're walking on cheese.
It makes it even better.
My God, there's so much hidden graffiti at the bathrooms.
Welcome to Kmart, it says. Oh, no! Fine, go away!
No.
Checkers. Poor Checkers is like, I got it. I brought my ring.
Oh, well.
Excuse me, pardon me, beep beep. I'm gonna go to the museum. Auto tickets.
Auto
Unlock
tickets.
the ATM. Oh. Oh, guess what?
The
Cash still have to go to
heads
the
up, it only
counter.
takes cards.
Somebody's
Okay.
peeing. The reefs are whisperings of a curious discovery. Whether it's a hidden treasure, a forgotten relic, or simply a story waiting to be told, I cannot say yet. Care to find out? Yes. Poseidon is his name. The sea can soothe many troubles, but a few guests may need a little extra help today. Let's keep a careful watch over these waters. Look at the pirate. Ree, they need lemonade. Ah! My securities. I need lemonade. Get out of here, pervert. Get out of here, pervert. Get out of here. Get out of here, pervert. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. I'll keep bullying you. Oh, trash is stinky. Cool. Who peed in the pool? We got so many people doing stupid. Oh. Okay, well, there's poop in there. I need to get a trash bag.
I got it. Trash laying around.
Oh, I found us. That's gonna be it. That's just hard mode on our own. We can't really see water spots or vomit. Vomit's the big one we can't see.
Oh, right, because they're outlined in yellow.
Oh, did I just caught a visitor doing something on accident? I caught a visitor. Thank you, Ree. This thing is so gross. I might need to just replace this pool. Yes, Ree. Checkers, now's your chance.
What? Huh? Oh my god.
Get him, Checkers.
Oh no, I slipped. No,
Not now. You
this
can't.
is my moment.
You can't do that now. Not in your moment.
Gotcha. Hey, where'd you go? Where? We got so many rings just lying out around the ring thing.
Yeah. I'm just gonna keep this guy in a corner.
Oh my god.
He snuck
This guy's
in.
glitching out for me. Look,
Oh my god, look at
is
this
guy
pool.
stuck on the floor?
How is this pool so disgusting? Who's glitching out where?
This guy right here. I took a picture. Full of energy.
What the heck?
Oh my god.
Do it. Do it.
Jump.
Good job. Uh-oh.
They left some trash.
They were injured.
Do we have?
I healed them.
Cool.
I swear there's poop still around here because it's definitely.
Oh, there's so much graffiti in the bathrooms. Oh my god.
I mean, that's where I would do it.
True. Looking for more trash.
Yes, Ree. What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? Gotta poop in the pool? Ooh, this is probably the guy.
Oh.
Free hot dogs. Dude, it's just pool. I'm just gonna. You know what we're gonna do? You know what
Oh,
we're
he's
gonna.
repaired too. Oh my god.
I think it's because it's the first one.
Yeah.
Oh god, this one's down to 13%. Kelly, you saw me hammering here. Don't act like that. You're not getting any money out of me. Oh yeah. This is gross. There's a paper bag in here too. Listen, you saw me. You saw me in here. Don't even. I don't want to hear it. I just threw it in here.
One injury.
Yeah.
That's alright though.
Look at all this trash. Time to drain the pools. Drain, clean, fix. Bree, there's a place that's not yellow.
Oh no. Alright.
I just see it get fixed. Yeah, this place is opened up a little bit. Oh. Okay, what do we need to unlock? The ticket machine. Yes. Okay, ticket price level 2. Ree. We almost have the duck turret unlocked.
Doctor?
Duck turret.
That
It's almost
sounds
there.
amazing.
It is. Unlock a duck-shaped turret that sprays water at guests.
Oh, I'm guessing that's for like an automatic solution to the stinkies.
Maybe. Let's see, how are we on stuff? We're pretty good.
Yep.
Let's put in... I just took this out. Let's put in some of these. How do we put the rings back on?
don't know. Do we have to like throw them? No. Okay.
Because you can't interact with it to put them back on.
Maybe just stay there forever.
I think so.
Ooh. mushroom.
Caroline. She goes down the most awkward way. Yeah, they're little water ones too. Eh. Park is open. Park is open. I think this will be my last day, and then I'm gonna head on out. We're gonna be up early anyway. It's already 9:30.
Oh,
I'll be up again for some Tower Unite.
Yee.
Whee! Oh, my arms were glitchy. Oh, I don't know what just happened.
Oh god. Oh.
We're fine. Everything's fine.
Oh.
Oh! Come on. There we go. I hit the fountain and it glitched me out.
Malfunction.
Oh, the shower. Oh, I gotta repair it all the way. Meow. Meow.
Oh my god, I just hit R on my keyboard to reload the Pokemon.
That's pretty good. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, get him, Reed.
A cheetah. Just fixing everything right now. You know, this is okay. I think it's just this pool.
Oh, is it starting to do that over there too?
Yeah. So what we're gonna do? Yeah, all you guys get is a fountain. Oh yeah, cozy little half moon for quick dips. The hygiene is not very good in it. Not that that should really matter, but... Oh, I'm in the way. Let me get out of this way. Oh, this is so bright still. And then. We'll do dual slides. Okay, I need people to drown. Can you guys drown really quick? Maybe? Diego's waiting for lemonade. Oh, you guys got it. Maybe we just don't have enough pools that everybody's kind of going into the same ones?
Maybe? Like if we had multiple of the same type, it would be different?
Maybe, I don't know.
Cheater.
Do that there. Oh, somebody's drowning. Uh-oh. We got him? Okay.
Yep.
I got another pool. Let's see if multiple pools will help. Got a lot of little pools. It is really funny running into people. I wish we could just, you know, put that back on the wall or something. Oh! Ticket machine. Ticket machine. Ticket machine. They're drowning. Checkers, now's your chance.
Oh my god.
Oh, Ree got him. I smell. Do I smell? Do I hear? Oh, I
Give
do.
me that back.
Hiya! Oh, I made it in. Oh, this has to be painted? Oh, that looks so good, though. Meow, meow. I swear there's poop right here. I can't prove it, but I swear there's poop there. There's flies. Right there. Well, maybe people don't pee in the pool and stuff. When they have to drain it. Where's the trash? There's the trash. Okay. There's trash everywhere right now. What the heck? Maybe we need more
God, yeah.
trash bags? Or more trash cans?
Trash. Gotcha. Yeah, maybe we should put some cans over here.
I wish that I could just when I see people throw trash on the ground,
Push them too.
I push them, but it doesn't give me anything. I think that's stupid. Ew. I just emptied this one. Somebody's drowning.
Oh no. No, my lifesaver.
Watching people go flying into space? Oh my goodness, why? What is happening in your game, Ree? Speaking of flying into space, Outbreak's another game we have to run back to. Oh yeah, they're filling up these trash cans really fast. Oh, is somebody taking pictures? There's a pervert over by the benches. Get him.
Oh my god.
Go push him. They're going towards the circle slide and the rectangle slide.
I don't see.
They're taking pictures
wait,
now.
yeah,
Get him. Yeah.
Got him. Ah.
Fuck up that pervert. We definitely need more trash cans. What's fun is that it's yellow. The icon. So I can't tell what's covered. This is definitely hard mode.
Ew.
Is there vomit there? I can't tell. Oh, there it is. We're playing our own hard mode.
Yeah.
All right, we gotta build up these trash cans. This one's full. Oh, that's out of the park and into the trees. Oh. Oh, we gotta get this last drowning. Somebody else drown. Pretend to drown.
I know.
That way hackers can help you out.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Listen,
Alright.
we're trying to help out with the dirty pools. Just you guys are all nasty. We have showers. We might need to just make more showers.
Maybe. I don't know.
Dude, we put so many trash cans around. Guys are just nasty too. Any more trash? Yes, there's trash right here. Any more trash? It's a trash bag. Oh! I've fallen! Yeah, there's flies over here. Still.
Ah, duh.
They won't go away. Oh. You good, Ree?
Man, they are destroying these outhouses. Oh god. Yeah.
There we go. I guess I use these benches a lot. That's good. Okay, one more day. I want to get this task done for Poseidon.
Yeah.
One more day. One more day. One more day. There we go. Oh wow, this is dirty, dirty. Wonder if like overnight everything gets dirty again. Cause we cleaned all this stuff.
Yeah.
Or if that's what it was. There is a nanner peel. Nanner peel. Okay, I'm just checking. I think we've checked this before.
Yeah. I think it's good.
There we go. This is prepared. Oh, my bad. Yeah, I can't tell if that's just the color of the pool now or what.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell. I had to look at the other pool to make sure it was the same color.
What, lemonade with lemon? There you go. How original. How original.
How dare you graffiti?
Bree-wee. Bree-wee. Oh my goodness, I didn't realize the sound. Are you going? See how easy that was? Get your ass down the slide. I got him. Go talk to Poseidon.
Nice.
Oh, stinkers.
Poseidon.
Excuse me. Someone's peeing in the pool. Gotta see everyone's moving with the waves again.
We got one shell.
They know about that? Was it the 3 shells? Right?
The 3 shell game?
Hmm? Oh, you can actually unlock keep the jungle clean with an ancient style bin. Aztec bin, there's ocean bins. So depending on what aesthetic you want, there's Aztec, ocean, and pirate. And you can unlock
Excellent.
theme stuff. Oh no, there's a whole other research tree. I'm gonna check out the ocean decorations. Oh my gosh. These need to be everywhere. Just in random spots.
What is that?
Just in random spots. They're jellyfish.
That was weird. Huh.
They're jellyfish.
Oh my god. Jellyfish. That's really cool looking.
Right?
Wait, how is it just... Oh, it looked like it was hovering for a second.
Girl, you see me. You see me taking care of the puddle.
Yeah.
Oh, we're missing one more. It's over here. Ew, there's poop in here.
Yeah.
There's poop in the pool. That's gotta come out. Oh, Sterling. Dude, and you're stinky? What the heck? Guys, the trash can's literally right here. How are you guys
Right.
not putting your trash? Oh, you. Get over here. Get out my park. Get out my park. Who's peeing in the pool?
Get them all.
I'll just push all of them. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I am wondering what the... Oh, waiting for lemonade. You got a Marie? Okay. Oh, we're 4 tickets away. Let me grab
Order graffiti.
these flyers.
So much pee, it says. They're not wrong.
Welcome.
Take my flyer. Oh, here, take my flyer. You guys want to come see my band? You guys want to come see my band?
We're at ska metal fusion.
Oh, you're already coming over here, and I just ran you over. Thaddeus! Gabrielle's not interested. I think she just left. We just need to sell one more ticket for that 3rd star. Oh! Oh my gosh! My flyers! You wanna come see my band? Dude. Checkers.
Oh,
Come to the museum.
museum. This way? Yeah.
Come to the museum. Look at the Aztec.
Oh my god.
Speaking of Polygon PS1 graphics.
I mean, she's halfway there.
I just want to throw the humpback whales into
Oh
my park.
my god, that's so cool. We got the Kraken over here.
Reefs are whispering with a curious discovery, whether it's a hidden treasure, a forgotten relic, or simply a story waiting to be told. I cannot yet say. Care to find out, I guess. Something is competing with the scent of the sea, and unfortunately, it's winning. Let's tip the scales back in the sea's favor. Oh, we gotta spray smelly peoples. Yeah, frickin' Laura Croft.
I'm spraying her as much as I can.
Eh.
Yeah, that sounded wrong. Come here now.
Build trash can bins with at least 2 prestige. Oh, somebody's. Oh, that's the trash.
Oh.
I got excited for a second. That's just the trash.
Oh.
Let me see if we have level 2
I
unlocked.
don't think we do.
There we go.
Oh, nice. Full on dumpster. A clean.
Get in there!
Uh-oh, pool's getting dirty. Whoa. That's trash. I'm gonna get a bag.
Listen, there will be no excuses on the trash. They are everywhere. And they're doubled up.
Nice.
They just gotta use them.
Yeah. Oh my god. The lounger's about to break down.
I am curious as to what hard mode is.
I think it's just that, like, they probably give you less money. That's probably the worst of it. Like, it's easier to go broke.
Because they said if you're planning on doing hard mode to tag them and let them know. So I'm wondering how difficult it is. Empty trash bins. Hiya! Ew.
There we go.
Ew.
100% satisfied.
Sassified. Oh, that went way over. Oh, we got another achievement. Service worth every
Hell
cent. Reach
yeah.
$1,000 in tips. Emptying out all the pools. It doesn't have to be. Oh, I gotta pick this up. This is my mess. Oh, I guess not. Wait, yelled at me about my plastic bag. Auto food. Place a vending machine and let guests
Ooh.
grab snacks and drinks on their own. Yeah, we gotta keep it stocked though.
Well, yeah, but that's the easy part.
Oh. Are you okay, Ree? That was like a tough fall. I'm okay.
Oh my god, this slide was at 5%.
Did I just... How did I miss that? Clean up, clean up. Every money, everywhere. Clean up, clean up. Everybody do your share.
Okay.
Clean.
No graffiti.
This is basically
Ah,
not Power Wash Sim, but it's a mix between Power Wash Sim and House Flipper, I feel.
yeah.
Unlock basic. Oh, we need modern pools. I will put it There we go. How's that?
Looks great.
Granola bars.
Max. What?
They need to be restocked.
Granola bars are the worst thing for a pool.
Oh.
Welcome.
Give them extra fiber?
Yeah.
Let's go, Ree.
More poo.
I know. It means more poo. It means more taking out the pools. Means more everything.
Or they could try and trick us and just throw the granola bar in the pool.
Oh my gosh. The baby Ruth. Oh yeah.
What in the world?
We didn't even need loans either. There's loans you can take out.
Oh man. That's where they get you.
Yep. Like any other sim game. All right. This was fun. We had this to play now.
Yeah. Shot from downtown.
But I'm gonna head to bed, but I'll be on early tomorrow. I'm trying to get some coffee and some food in me. And then be on for some Tower Unite. I am extremely excited for.
Me too.
It's been a long time. Go do some zombie stuff. Go do some machines. Go do some golf. Go do a little bit of everything. So.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. All right. Thank you for the games, guys. Have a good night.
This is fun. Good night.
See you guys tomorrow. Bye. Let me save game. Thank you guys for hanging out today. This was I've been watching people play this game for so long, and this was so much fun. I'm gonna find somebody else to go ahead and send you guys on over to. Like I said, we'll be live tomorrow. I'll be live tomorrow with Tower Unite early in the morning. So again, thank you guys for hanging out. I appreciate it. I'm gonna go ahead and send you guys on over to let's see. Josh is still on. He's playing the Isle. He's been doing his subathon for a while. What day is he on? Day 33 of his subathon, so go say hi to Josh, longtime friend of the stream. Again, he's playing the Isle. I'm gonna go relax. I'll see you guys in the morning. If you guys have Tower Unite, feel free to join us tomorrow. It should be fun. We haven't been in Tower Unite as a group in quite a long time, so have a good night, guys. Thank you so much. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Good night.